This thing on? Does this thing work? Hello and welcome to the Chief Multi-Hat stream. It's Scuff as usual. Thank you so much for being here. Yes. We now have some mic. Yeah. There we go. Yep, just kind of been sparsely streaming. Been trying to get back into the regular cadence of schedule. Been kind of busy and such, but I think we're getting closer now to being able to get a little more consistency. Yeah, thank you for stopping by. Yes, this is mono game, and I'm using the rudimentary part of it really, but mono game is pretty much it's pretty bare bones. Allows you to set things up however you wish to set them up. So, absolutely. Trying to get things kind of going here. Yeah, let me start off with showing what it does. Potentially. Got the old title screen going. So this is your basic dungeon crawler blob type of gameplay, where you're going to go and create your parties, skill them up, get more powerful weapons, spells, and go deeper into the dungeon and solve puzzles and mainly fight is the idea of it. So I do have like a little bit of an introduction section, a little storyline. You got adventure guidance, which basically describes how to play the characters and such. A little description of the types of characters you can play and their abilities. You have basic classes, and then you have thank you. And then you also have advanced classes. You can play the game and defeat the game using the basic classes. Advanced classes just give you more capabilities, maybe unlock a few more challenges and such. And then game-wise, you have the guild hall. You can create a new party by giving it a party name. You have a controller-based. You can use WASD keys, arrow keys. I'm starting to put the mouse capability into it, but I turned it off at the moment. And of course your D-pad type controller, general controller would work. Cancel. I'm working on making this scrollable. Otherwise, it's a chaos. I have different test games here. Test saves. You can then select a party, change it out. Once you have a party, you can go into your party inspection. You can go through there and look. I got some formatting to work on still. You change your positions. So if I want to switch gear, change battle position, Willow will change. Oh, I already selected it. Not paying attention to my own screen. So Willow switched the place with Garion. And then, so now Willow is here. Put it back. Garion. and you can remove them from the party and put into the general roster collection of all your characters in the game, or you can permanently remove them from the game. All right. It's not too bad. I mean, if you know your C# a little bit, you know, it's a matter of integrating it with C#. I'll kind of get into code a little bit here in a bit, but essentially, know of C#. Well, it's going to be, yes, a little bit of a challenge. It wouldn't be so bad. It's good to learn. There's a lot of good tutorials out there. Essentially, you'd want to start creating your own classes. You want to encapsulate it. Sweet. Oh, certainly. Oh, yeah. It'll take a little time. I mean, yeah, absolutely. You can learn C# using Mono, and you go from there. But yeah, you got the quirks of the language itself on top of how does Mono game work. So good work cut out for me. Yeah. Mono, it's pretty good to implement and build your stuff around it. You'll learn. I mean, you'll find out real quick. You know, if you're doing 2D, you know, it's easier to do. Start off with that, and you are going to have to like build the base blocks first, and then like screen management. You know, how are you gonna start up your application? You're going to acquire a device. You're going to set up your screen that you're going to draw on. Are you going to draw on a temporary background and flip it over for faster edits and things like that? Come up with a system. It's event driven, so essentially there's an override, like a draw. There's a draw and update. You override that. So you implement, like say it's a drive class, you implement it, and then you code your game logic in the update and draw functions, and then the engine calls those when it calls update, when it's expecting your game to change all the state, read inputs from the screen, read inputs, make decisions, set them into data, and then when it goes to the draw, that's where it's expecting you to render and such. And then because it is class-based, you can control a huge chunk of that and set up your own system. Recommend when you do something like that, you would set up your own system. And then kind of stick with the rules you make, kind of thing. So, adjust the volume a little bit. Yeah, it's a good learning curve, and it's not too bad. Being a developer, I find that C# is very developer forward. Versus, let's say, it's going to Godot or Unity or something. It has its own. It's all. Here's the system that it makes. No, here's the system it uses. You have to create your game within its systems in order for it to work, which is fine. But I already created the game in a C# library, essentially. And now the game exists in code. And now I could either slap a web interface on top of that. Now it's a web game. Meaning it's going to, you're going to run it as a web server and then use a browser to play the game. And then you could have, or let Mono become the front end, and I basically have to embed the game into Mono. Yeah, Mono game will definitely do that. Although things like when you have your scenes, your nodes, your things like that, you'll end up kind of rebuilding those constructs because it makes sense. What's nice about it is I've learned from doing it that, I understand why these engines do what they do a little bit better. So if I ever do go over, say, Godot or something, it makes more sense why they're doing it that way, and I can understand the flow and where to put my game logic code into that. But I still like Mono Game, so I'll keep doing it. Yeah, Game Maker, it has a lot of things it could do, but yeah, I'm sure you can get into it, the places where it just doesn't want to do it the way you want to do it. Absolutely. It's all about, finding that tool that you could use well. And if you could use it well, then workarounds isn't a big deal. Or you find a tool that, does what you need, type of thing. So, absolutely. So far, it's mono game for me because I want to be able to get the game out onto Steam. It's kind of hard to. You could play in your browser, so what are you purchasing? Type of thing. And when I say play in your browser, I mean the game doesn't actually run in your browser. It's going to run on the server that I host. In this case, you would have to host your own game, type of thing. So I kind of stopped I was about as far in the mono game development that I was in the website. So it's almost like I'm making two games at once. Stopped doing the website, and when it's up, it's at Treptera. Treptera at cmhgames.com. It's an old version. It may or may not work. It's very alpha. If lightning didn't hit and cause it to turn off, which then I have to go back and turn it back on again. But other than that, at some point, I probably will then recreate the website version of this game. And at some point include that in your purchase of this game. So yeah, you could host this game on your own server and then have people play it. The whole point of this game is to also be able to modify it and change a lot of aspects in that using the data files. So you could really create your own dungeon crawler blob type game. Yeah, mono game has a lot of libraries, and there's probably some graphics manipulation and physics type things out there from mono game that I haven't used. But in the future I may. Absolutely. Yep. So here it can promoted. I gained 2 levels already. Oh, I don't want that game saved because I need to test them at level 2. Forgot about that. Alright, let's hit exit. So yeah, let's see what we got here. What can you see on the screen? Okay. Wow, this is a mess. I mean, there's quite a bit going on here. I have the Dungeons of Treptera, which maybe you can see that. That's awful tiny. Yeah. So you have the Dungeons of Treptera game, which is basically all of the graphics handling of the game, graphics and input. This is the mono game interface. I kind of borrowed some ideas from how they set up, here, let's set up a common class that will handle your mono game instance. I took that, modified it, and then basically used that and didn't look back. So in this particular case, let's go into, and also I evolved the game. I kind of was going a certain route and it wasn't working as well, so I started building out other things. That's why I see DOT versus MG, and I got to get those removed out of the project. Well, absolutely appreciate that, Shrimpy. Thank you for stopping by. Yeah. I'll get that VOD up afterward. I usually get that up pretty soon after the main stream. But yeah, I appreciate that. I will go ahead and go through a little bit of a mono, so that we'll capture on the VOD for you a little bit. And yeah, thank you for stopping by. And hopefully I'll be streaming some more. We'll catch each other once in a while. You have a great night. So, for example, mono game is going to, it's the old Microsoft XNA. So, you install it, through Git, and you install the mono game framework, which is right now it's 3.84, I think it is. And then you go about and say, okay, I'm going to, instead of instantiating a game class, let's see if this is even instantiable. Yes, it is. I'm going to go ahead and create a derivative of it called mono game core. And what this does is it's going to set up a singleton type operation. What that means is it going to be a singleton? No, it's not going to be a singleton. It just makes sure that it sets up static variables off the class. And these are the mono game, the main chunks of mono game. So, you're going to have a graphics device manager, the graphics device. That's the abstraction of your. It's basically the abstraction of your capabilities of your computer. The graphics card and are you what type of rendering are you using, like Vulkan or what is it, DirectX or the graphics GL, OpenGL, some form of that. You have essentially to use mono, you're going to have graphics device. A sprite batch is the workhorse that does the drawing. In this case, I'm actually going to render to a background buffer. And then once that's all rendered, I will then move it over to the main screen during the draw phase. All right, so the content manager, that's what's going to get your all your graphics and audio resources into the game. In this particular case, we're going to call MGL core with the title of the game, your screen sizes, and whether or not you want to start off with full screen or not. And this is set up to only if the instance has already been set. Then if you try to reinstantiate another MGL core, it's going to stop. Because generally you only have one graphics manager used at once. You can use more than one, but realize that when you connect it to your primary video card or primary, that you don't want to have multiples doing it at the same time. I toyed with the idea that, well, what if I were to have a graphics manager set up in such a way that it's going to draw to a background buffer only, and then have a system where I'm going to grab from that and put it into the main. But I want to be able to work with it independently, because I might be on the main tick of graphics rendering, let's say, but I need to, on the side, generate a scene, and then once that's constructed, take that image and place it onto the main and pass it into the main thread, as it were, or the main device that's going to be drawing. So yeah, you can work those type of things out. This is setting out to make it start off more simple. And I set a few content manager, basically setting the root directories and such. I am telling the system that I want the mouse visible. I want the window to be not allowing Alt F4. And then I want to capture window, which basically that's your application running in Windows. And saying, when a person types in or uses the keyboard, I want to have real time. I want real time, because it's more snappy, more responsive. I can grab and buffer, grab and put into a buffer the information you put on the keyboard. So then later on, when the game goes through its update cycle very periodically, I can then say, okay, let's read off that buffer and look at those and now compute what you need to do based off what the keyboard input was. This makes it much more responsive. So there's places in the game where I wanted to type. If I didn't do it this way, it'd be like push a button. You could very much feel the difference between, because you could type faster in 16 milliseconds. When it's 60 frames a second, it's only 16 milliseconds per frame. So by hitting a combination of key strikes, you could actually get 2 to 3 key strikes at the same time. Well, you're not going to see that if you're using the game cycling. So that's why I just create the old-fashioned event handler here. And my event handler is going to be something, it's part of the framework I've made. I have an object called Dungeon Scene. It has a keyboard manager, And then with that keyboard, I call it the keyboard manager. And then that's the sync for the window text input handler. Keyboard manager is what handles the keyboard. And what I do with that is I translate keyboard presses into game actions. Like when you hit W, that's an up. That's an up command. D or S is a down command. So the up arrow and the W will translate to the same game action, and then everything works off of the game actions, not the actual types of input. Also, the controller is connected to that system, so that when you push the D-pad up, it's going to translate to the same action. So now, if you press up on the controller, press a W or press arrow up, all translates to the same thing that happens in the game. So it helps out quite a bit that way. Initialization is called when the game is ready for it to set up, when the game is ready to go. And the base is hidden. It's, protected. And the graphics device exposes the base here. So I want to go ahead and by doing that, I create my sprite screen, which is a render 2-3 target. Basically, this means it's a 2D scratch base, but also has knowledge. It's different than a texture 2D, which is meant to just hold a picture. This holds a picture, but also will help with rendering on that space when the time comes. When you're not rendering it, it behaves like a texture. So this is basically the back screen. Buffer area is basically what that is. And then sprite batch is basically the drawing. That's the draw system. That's the draw processor. It receives commands when you tell it to, I want you to draw a texture 2D texture at this location, perform these graphical operations on it. Like, do you want it to shrink it, expand it, rotate it, change colors? Do you want to be additive process against whatever is in the buffer? Things like that. That's what sprite batch does. And I'm basically attaching that sprite batch to the graphics device. And the graphics device is told currently to talk to the actual video buffer, the primary video buffer. And basically, I have a function that's called, if you call the screen adjust, basically what this does, I have some helper functions, excuse me. Pause here a second. What we have is that didn't help at all. Just get the old frog in the throat going right away. Losing my voice. Get the old cold water here. Perfect. All right, well, that didn't help at all, so that's okay. So essentially, I have some routines that allow, when you resize the game window, I decided to make my game canvas 1280 by 720, so it's a 720p window. And because everything's drawn to this scratch space, it is, when it's all done and rendered to that scratch space, it is now a 2D texture. Now, when the viewport changes its size, I could then maintain aspect ratio, but I could shrink that image or expand that image up to a maximum of 1280 by 720, and then keep it centered within the viewport at all times. So you get a situation where you could then basically shrink or expand to a maximum size to help accommodate, just give the ability to kind of change the game. Playing full screen, it's going to have like letterbox around the game. And if you have a smaller monitor, you could shrink it down to make it work. So that was the purpose of that. That was fun time, math time. So a little bit of utility functionality. And that's basically your MGL core, which basically that gets the meat and potatoes going of that. It's part game. So what do you do then? Well, let's see. I'm going to have... Where's it used? Right. My next class is my main entry class. The idea of the main entry is this is where everything leaps off from. And it's of type MGL core. When the game entry fires up, it's going to create the title screen, Dungeon of Treptera. The actual screen size of the game is 1920 by 1080, and it starts full. Let's see what this is. I forgot what this meant. Full screen, true. I then go ahead and go out to I will store information for the game out in those special folders, like local, that local user folders out on your documents, local application data. And it's going to look for a folder of Dungeon of Treptera. If it doesn't exist, it creates it. The content root directory has the base data for the game, and what I'll essentially do is copy over the base empty data, the maze, and a structure for your game with no party members in it, and it gets that copied over, and that's where it's going to now exist in your Windows machine. Then I do some homework, or not homework, but the data is in JSON, so I set up some JSON converters to ensure that can handle. I got some special converters for the character data, so that things get reconstituted correctly. So I put those in place, told to ignore null values, and so forth. For that's for the JSON. Then when the game starts, it's going to call the initialize, which in this case, I'm going to call the base initialize. When it's initialized, at some point the game's going to, okay, all the game system is initialized. It's now going to go to tell my game, I'm ready to load your content. So this is where I start loading the game data. So I go here. And now this is the non-mono side of things where I am loading up the game, Dungeon of Treptera. So I'm opening up my dungeon object, and I'm doing all that. I'm doing all the Dungeon of Treptera things now, where I'm going to go and find all the spells, the mobs that are in the code, dynamically build tables, create catalogs for weapons, armor, and items. And then I'm going to go through and basically say, all right, let's go see if there are any JSON files in your in your data directory, because you have used a tool to override things. And it goes, and if it finds them, loads them up and replaces components with that. There's going to be abilities in the mod section to say, okay, I want you to create a base file. So it's going to split out the game data into the JSON files. And then from there, you could then add, at your own peril, add your own game components to that. And there you go. You can modify your game. This is the saving of your game and loading of your game. And within the loading of the game data, I kind of go through and make sure there's some sanity checks, because as I'm developing things, or if I were to change something, I may want to have things cleared out. And so it does some sanity checks to make sure that the data coming in isn't completely crazy. That's what some of this stuff does. And that's initialization of the game, essentially. Initialization of mono is pretty simple. Now I'm just interweaving the initialization of the game portion of it. Some of that is loading up the graphics. So what I've done is I've created the idea of, well, I need a scene, for example. So in like in Godot and other types of game engines, you're going to have the concept of a scene. I'm like, you know what? I need a scene. So that's where I went out and I created, from main entity, I went ahead and I created a abstract class that represents everything I need for a scene. And then this dungeon scene is responsible for initiating the game loop flow, the game loop graphics and such. And with it, I'm going to go ahead and have an explore screen and counter screen. Now, some of these I'm kind of depreciated, but the music scene, it's a scene, but all it does is deal with the music. The town scene is, well, you've seen that with the different town pieces. The start scene is your startup, and so forth. I just have some load content where I'm creating some static arrays, just temporary arrays there, to help me load up data. And I'm basically using dictionary objects, and I'm pulling in the content. It loads it into the system. So later on, I have a common place to, when I say I have a common location for the graphics. So I need to draw a menu, and I need to draw an icon. I go to dungeon scene dot, give me the icon name, and that's going to return a texture 2D mono object, which gets fed into the drawing, and there you go. That gets sent. You do that same, so I'm loading up fonts, and I made an interface, and then I've also created some interface. But interesting with the interface, you can still add some static variables and such to that, which allows me to have a nice common location that's not a class, but I can have things inherit or implement this so that I can have a common way of communicating between the systems what I needed to do. Essentially, I'm trying to, all my menus and such are trying to be somewhat a system of menus. They all act the same way. The data defines how they're laid out, but they keep, but when you tie in, like, well, when you move up or move down, you move left or right through the menu, they all have the same expected actions, and then you just implement this class against your various menu screens, and take advantage of a system that has pretty much a commonality between everything. The short part of that, anyway. And also, I've supplied some very, very reusable operations on this interface, like a player information block. It's going to it's going to ask for a sprite batch from monogame. It's going to ask for game data objects, and then the location to where you'd would want that to be placed. And this creates a information block. So I don't have to so if I have multiple areas of the game that wants to show a character's stats, I don't have to create a new stat for every area. I just create one stat generator, graphic generator, and then I'll call it when needed. I need to differentiate between a standard block and a counter block, so that's what that does. Because everything is very much raw with monogame. It knows how to draw textures onto the screen. You need to come up with a way, well, I want animated textures. Well, how are you going to do that? Well, you're going to have to create a sprite object that's going to have either an atlas and a sprite sheet, or maybe you give it a 2D texture in which it's going to then set up mappings off of that sprite sheet, and then you can call that animator. So you instantiate that animation object, you point it to your sprite sheet, and you tell it how many sprites are on it and what's the size of the sprite, and it goes and loads them up. You also then say, okay, it's an animated sprite, so I want how many milliseconds per frame. If there's 15 frames in the animation, you give it 15 timings. Then you also give it some mode of operation. Is it a one stop? Is it a one shot? In other words, you start at 0 and it keeps going to the end and stops? Or does it bounce back? Does it keep recycling? You build that into your class. You're going to build things out like that. Makes life much easier than everywhere you need a sprite. You now have your sprite class you've created. So things like that. Like I have a picker, which is that little finger that goes and bounces around. Okay, so that's what I got, animated picker. And what does that do? It's going to create a picker animate. Well, what is that picker animate? Well, let's go to definition. It's an icon animate. Well, what does icon animate do? Well, here's icon animate. I pass in vector steps, step time, and it as a ping pong go back and forth. And essentially, it does a lot of things that I forgot. Animate basically says every time you call animate, you send it in game time. It determines if it needs to move to the next frame or just simply draw the frame that it currently is on. Because every time you refresh the screen, it's just basically saying, what do you need to draw? And it steps through depending on the direction you have, the direction of the ping pong, if you have it doing it that way. There you go, animate. So yeah, that's basically my icon animate. I need animated icons. I did that. And let's see. Put that in what? Oh. What else do I have? And the concept of the sprite. And with the sprite object, you say the width and the height of the sprite and how many frames. It's going to, when you have the load content manager, it's going to load a texture sprite block. And here's what it expects. It expects all your sprites to be on one row of however many frames there are. I don't have this as a 2D. I only have it as a 1D array expectation. It's going to expect a spacing that's in between each icon or each sprite, 1 pixel wide. So your grid is 1 pixel wide, 1 pixel starts at 0, 0, and you create that grid, and then inside of that grid then is where you put your sprite. And so what this does is it creates a list of rectangles goes through and basically loads up all of the coordinates for every sprite, and that sprite then is given an index value of 0 through however many frames. And I believe it is a one-based frame. So when you draw the frame, you put it frame 1 through however many you have. It's going to make it 0 based by subtracting a 1 from there. And yes, you could probably put in here some bound checking and things like that, but so that's what it does. You pass in the sprite batch, which is responsible for drawing. You tell it where to start. That sprite block has already been set to the either the screen or the rendered 2D texture. Start is going to be the XY location on that device or texture where you're going to start drawing. And then it will say this frame. And a frame, or a frame of rectangles, which is the location, the location of the sprite block, the location to grab that, and the width and height of what it's grabbing. Then an aspect of draw with a mask, you can, when you say color white, essentially it's going to draw exactly what the sprite is, but if you want to kind of alter colors, do some mixing, you could send in other colors here, and it will do that. White basically means everything, use all the full colors from the image. I believe it's like a negative, it's a reverse. So if I said color red, it's going to only show the red components of what's going to basically convert the image into red, I believe. I basically just wanted to show that exactly the way it is, but I allow you to send in a mask in case you do need that capability. The sprite batch draw has the ability. It's nice to have. I extended that by just allowing you to send that in as a parameter to draw frame. So yeah, then you have your sprite object, for example. Next up would be your sprite animate. And what does that do? Well, let's build upon sprite. I'm going to pull in a sprite. And so from that sprite, it already knows the frames and where to get them. Now I just need to know, well, to animate it, I'll just need to know the step time. Each frame is going to have an amount of time to animate. And it has all the variables set up so that it can track and make sure that it knows what to do next. You could set the mode of the animation, like is it a one-shot triggered? Well, is the one-shot triggered? Is the one-shot finished? Is it one-shot ready? You could turn it to one-shot mode. You could trigger it. And so forth. If you call set frame window, you're basically saying I want to use the entire amount of frames in that sprite. Or you could say, if you have a very large, lots of animations, and you're basically saying, no, I want to only animate the second and third and fourth frames. That's what you do with the set frame window. Resets everything. So essentially what you could do is you're going to be calling this at an update. You're going to be calling update to calculate what should be happening next and what frame is it on. And then when you call draw, or if you call animate, essentially that's going to draw whatever is next in the animation that you've fired off and started. Also, because it is went ahead and added a few hitbox and intersects type of functionality. when I made virus blasters, I made this so that I could have various things animate. And the reason why I have like trigger and trigger completed and things like that is that what I would do is when you hit the fire button, then I can check and see if the animation's running. If the animation is running, then I know that I fired the weapon. I'm not going to allow you to fire it again. And then basically the engine is going to keep going. So, all right, well, I want to check until when that is done firing. And the first time I checked it to find out the animation is done, then I will start. That's why I know the actual bullet is ready to fire. So the gun says charging up, and then it starts the shot. And at that animation, that's when I will start dealing with the bullet. Now the bullet is another set of animations, and it is set with that to animate through, but I'm also going to attach that animation to another object. It's going to track everything about that bullet. And what's nice about this is that it has information. It has all the information on that graphic, and I could just set the speed of the animation and control the speed in which the bullet moves. But then I could ask the bullet, did you hit something? Here's the coordinate. Did that hit? And by doing that, I could have hit detection built into the graphic. That works pretty good. The text grid object. The text grid is something to standardize how to draw text on a screen. And you instantiate a text grid, and what you're saying is, okay, I want text. Each grid location, left and right, is based off of, well, internally the width of the font that you're using to draw. It's going to keep track of from the starting position. When you know what, line 1, line 2, line 3, line 4 from the graphic offset, and when it draws that, it's going to know where say you draw a sentence, it's going to take the location, the line number it's on, and at the end, it's going to know where the cursor would be at the end of that string. So if you wanted to attach a graphic at the end of that, it does return offsets so that you could then turn around and use those to draw your images onto the screen next to your text, or vice versa. You could have the text draw after a image. And so that's how the system works. And I believe this system is set up to take the center line of your font, and it's going to center it in that line. So the spacing is from center to center. Line 1, line 2, line 3, line 4. And then it's where I have things called like, chain text and textures and things like that. It's so that you can start drawing, and you can say draw this dot chain text, draw this. It's so it can take the whatever it ended up at on the screen to continue on drawing. So I got some support for that. So yeah, you start off making monogame. You start off making all of your support classes and capabilities, get those kind of lined up. And then that makes it much easier down the road when you start putting it all together. Some things I wanted to do with my text processing was I wanted the ability to embed color formatting within the text data. And so that's why I built into the system now. I have the ability to take a look at the data coming in to draw. If the data coming in has carriage returns in it, it's going to automatically increment the line that it's on, so you can get a nice block of text. Essentially importing a text file. If it has these proper formatting, it's going to show up on your screen the same way, or at least close to it. Well, it's going to show up on your screen with the font you chose. It's just using the text file as just the text data. But if you embed like a tilde A, then from that point on, it's going to draw all the text in lime green, stopping either to hit another tilde toward the end, or it's at the end of the data. And I've forgotten to put the ending tildes. So it's tilde, color code, text, tilde. And it's basically saying, between these 2 points, I want this to be in this color. And if I put a /R inside the text, then it's going to automatically drop down a line and go at the beginning and start printing some more. So yeah, and then I have a couple variations of this depending on if I want the text to be centered or slightly centered off of the center line. So just little fine adjustments, capabilities. Let's draw text. Goes through and determines and calculates each character as it moves through. What is nice is with the draw mechanism, if you draw outside of the boundaries of your screen, it just simply goes outside the boundaries of your screen, and that's how it works, which is very nice. Just realized I have no background music. How boring. There we go. Music to fall asleep by. Perfect. Little drink break here. Have a nice thermos. Keeps things cool. It also has my name and my company I work for on it, so I don't really need to broadcast that right now. Good times. Checking out my stream. All right. So yeah, you basically create your support functions before you can, get anywhere into the game. And then, yeah, you just combine these things. And then you come up with, okay, now how am I going to deal with inputs? Well, we got the key manager. So I'm going to create an enumeration called dungeon key actions. And I'm going to put all these things in here. That's going to represent the types of input actions so I can deal with it all into this enumeration. Key status. I created an object to handle, keep track of when you press down on a key or a button, it is held down, and then when you let off of it, when did you let off of it, and how much time is it between? That's what the key status does. Key manager then, let's see, public static dictionary. You could read it as a dictionary object is, I can't change the dictionary object out, but I could certainly change the contents of the dictionary object. If I really wanted to control that, I would probably do some variation of the dictionary. But for now, I just wanted to keep myself from shooting myself in the foot, so I just made it read only on the instantiation. Okay, and then here's all the possible input cycle. Yes, so if I was going to have something scroll through inputs, like say hold the up arrow down, up arrow up, and have it scroll through a wheel of text, this is what this applies here, space. No, not using any punctuation here. Actually, I don't think I use it anymore, but So I think I started calling it a text cycle to help go through scrolling through that. Let's see, 10 seconds. Hey, Kakatsu, how you doing? Hello, fellow game developer. Awesome. Glad to have you stop by. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, I'm just kind of trying to do a brain dump for a VOD. Had a gentleman come in and talk about a little bit about he's starting some mono game development, so I'm kind of sharing some innards real briefly on how would I, build up a few key components before you can even start using mono game. Yeah, that's what this game is developing, is mono game. So it gives you great control over your graphics, but you need to come up with how you're going to control that graphic. You have to come up with everything else. So, kind of just went over the basics. We have the concept of sprite animations, icons, and things like that. Mind to see your opinion on my upcoming game and introduction lore. Took a ton of time, sure. I'm kind of brand new at game developing, and please tell me if I need tweaking or anything I need to fix. Well, I appreciate your faith in me. I may have been programming for a long time, but I just started out recently as a game developer. Oh, I do have links turned off. I'm sorry. If you want to kind of just put one in without the dots or something. Not at the moment, no. I'm still too scuffed for that stuff at the moment. I'm still working on this. If you want to sanitize the link and go ahead and post, that'd be fine. What type of kind of game are you trying to develop? Or have developed? Very nice. Is it a full 3D game, 2D game, or what kind of game? Awesome. Do you get to rotate the screen at all, or are you pretty much having like a fixed view and then move your characters through it? Oh, nice. Okay. 2.5 side scroller with the cameras on top of the player. Gotcha. You can like rotate back and forth on that, or it just side scrolls at a 2.5 dimension. Cool. Certainly. No camera rotation. Yep. See if this will work. One moment. Oh, using Scratch from MIT. Nice. Yeah, if you want to, can you, is it a YouTube link? Oh, I see. Okay, go ahead and try. Yes, that is my game in the background. I'll give you a little demo here in just a second if you don't mind. You want to go ahead and pause your link again there. I can take a look at that. Yeah, it's a simulated 3D. So let me get. Let me go ahead and start the game. Hang on. Get the game popped up here. There we go. This is my title screen. So yeah, basically it's a it's dungeon crawl blobber type game where it's retro style, so you can have like kind of a retro style look to it. Plays kind of like the old Wizardry series and other things like it. Essentially, it's a dungeon crawler. You're going to create your classes. Yep, create your dungeon crawler. So you can go in, you're going to go to the guild hall. You have your party members that you generate. We've gone through that process. You can go in and venture recruitment. You can bring a fighter in, give it a name. And I'll do your name. And E. And we go on screen. Or you could type with the keyboard. Yeah, you can either go next recruit. All that really does is kind of change like the look of male, female, but train, we roll stats. It's a fighter, so you want strength. So you just hit your A key on your D-pad, basic controller, and I'm going to go through and do some min-maxing, just go, ooh, I got 20 and I just passed already. But yeah, you basically get your scores as you want. You can complete the recruitment, and that's going to create the character in your dungeon or your guild, in which if you have a guild party, which I have several right now, I gotta work on making it scrollable. But you could have, like, say, Spellslingers has 6 people. Let's see, everyone's kind of full here. But I have right now. I have one loaded. It's a Hydra, and I have 6 characters there. So yeah, you create your characters. You give them different names. You can change their positions to begin with. Go ahead and promote them if they need to be promoted and such. Yeah. Well, I'm hoping it's more like the 80s style, but early 90s, 80s. Yeah, I go to Bart's. Oop, let's start. There we go. Go in. That's where you get your weapons. Everything's a silver because I'm a developer. I'm testing things out. Go through that. You get your armor. And you get your trade and procurement. This is where you get to sell items if you buy it. And then, of course, the Arcadia is where you learn music. Or not music. That's where you learn mystical talents, basically just spells. You can go to your Gnarled Root. This is where you're going to get your potions, your items you get to consume inside the game. And when things don't work out well for you, you get to go into the Celestial Curios and get life restoration services applied for a small fee. Might have to sell your house, maybe your children, but you get to resurrect them. All right, let's get into the dungeon. So essentially, you create your party. Oh yeah, you can go to the Boar Snout, you can rest. You pick who to rest. I'm not that good yet. I can't do that. You can rest. You can then. I'm working on some food menus. Oh yeah, I mean this. So I originally made Dungeon of Treptera to be a web service, where you can use the browser to play the game. It doesn't actually play the game as in run the game in your browser. It just, you connect to the website. It serves up web pages. That happens to be the game. And that technically is single player. Multiple people can play at the same time, single player experiences with maybe passive capability. But yeah, multiplayer could be put into this in the future. But for now, it's just let's go in the dungeon. Meat and potatoes, the game, basically. So I went and a couple days ago, finally redid some of the dungeon graphics by hand. And so it's no longer the line and fill type graphics that you can see behind me in the stream. But so yeah, you just move. You have a little radar at the bottom. Basically, it goes through and checks all your characters if they have the ability of insight to kind of feel for where the monsters are. That's where those green slimes down below. And go back to town if you want to. If you can go in and go to camp. Camping in the dungeon is obviously dangerous. It can be very dangerous. But you can go in and sleep, for example. But and then you say start watch. And it basically tells you you've rested a little bit. You're already at max health, so. I'll break camp. So basically we go through the go through the dungeon. So, certainly, how many levels are there in the dungeon? There are, the maze is a 30 by 30 rooms, 10 levels. So a potential of 900 separate rooms you can go through. If you go clear to the edge of the map, it just wraps around to the beginning of the map again. So you get that turtle type of movement. And yeah, I go through the doors. Now, even though you see the monsters around you, it doesn't necessarily mean you're lucky enough to ever find all of them. White slimes, oh no. So you ready your commands. You can fight, parry, depending on your class. You have different abilities. Like you could say, I need to change the text on this because it's actually the wrong definition. But basically, you're trying to draw the enemy toward you by looking like you have false openings. But I don't think you call that a feint. I think you call that something else entirely. But that's okay. We'll fix that. If I were to say all fight, then I could default to everything fighting. I could have my cleric that say cast a spell. Level 1 spell. I have 5 casts left. I'm going to cast Armor 1, which gives everybody an armor boost. And I'll have a Fireball set from my mage. For example. All right, and then you start the battle. And you get a nice little description of all that happens from the top down. So the order of operations go from top to bottom. And everyone has a chance to fight depending on your initiatives. Ed was able to get his armor off. Everyone pulls armor for 1. The white slime succumbed to the firebolt for 5 damage, So nice little descriptive of what happened. Looks like the corrosion slime did hit Frank for 1 point of damage. So you just continue. And now you still have more options. You could just say, just tell everyone to fight again, like so. Hit start battle. And everyone's missing. And so forth. You can just kind of basically go through your battle. Level 2 characters. I've kind of made slimes a little tough at the beginning. And then they start receiving mortal wounds. Got some skewering and gashing going on. Stabs. And it looks like we might be victorious. There we go. Yep. So now we're victorious. We get our XP. We get our gold. And then we get to move on. Now, an interesting aspect of this game is the ability to do this. Game editor built inside the game. Now, I made it easy to access it at this point. It would be kind of nice if you beat the game, you get access to this, but or you start the game with a code, which is very easily attainable when you purchase the game. But essentially, this is the maze editor. And you could do a lot of editing with this. You could edit the scenarios. I have a spawn index. Here's like right now, for level 1. This is telling me that it's basically how does it generate the monsters, and this is the rule system for that. And 1 in 20 odds to get attacked at all. And everything, all the rooms are set to 0. So with that, by default, there's a 1 in 20 chance. So I go through and I go ahead and I generate. I basically generate where all the mobs are by rolling a 1 to 20 odds for every room, and then I persist that. I have rules, and as you move through the maze, there's times where it may regenerate the mobs, and so you're going to get the constant 1 in 20 or 1 in 10. Get your odds spread, but have persistence enough that you can go move around the maze and run into a monster. So that's how you get able to detect a monster with that radar down below the mapping. And also, there's just rules as you move around. There's a chance that you've kicked off a re-roll, and you just happen to run into a monster you haven't detected yet. But yeah, all the monsters. Then there's basically rules on how to spawn them, and a scenario consists of encounters, and an encounter consists of single party spawns. Basically, rules on how to create like a white slime party. So single SP is single party spawn. That's one group of the same kind of monster. And within the white slimes, I have a whole rule set that says, depending on the level of the players, average of the characters, it's going to generate your different types of slimes. So all this is data driven. So if I wanted to say I want blue slimes, then I go over here and I'd say I want to make this room blue slimes, for example. And when I go back to the game, I got to remember how to get back home. All right. If I remember the map. Nope. Did not remember the map. Back to town by accident. Okay, down. I'm cheating. Right. Alright, I am hitting a monster here. Skeletons. Give everybody a blessing. Start the battle. Hey, the monster's too easy. There, okay. This room should be blue slimes. There's no blue slimes. Oops. Ran into a wall. There we go. Wild man. Sleep for the wild man. Oh. He's just asleep, got a healing off. Crazy man clobbered Frank for 4. Frank just got healed for 5 and he gets clobbered for 4. Poor Frank. There we go. We've taken and dispatched. Back down. Do some rest and recovery. Let's rest for, oh, there we go. Night. Got our hit points back. Willow's gonna rest. Charlie. And Ed. Got us back. There we go. Get everybody back. So yeah, that's basically the nutshell of the game. There's quite a bit in the game, but that's what we're working on at the moment. Good times. Oh, these earphones. Good ear monitors, man. Drive me nuts. Oh my God. Okay. So yeah, a little bit of a demo of the game. Of course, I want to dump. Why is that set to 82? Huh. see the stuff better now. Gonna sit back and trying to figure out what I'm doing. Basically, yeah, I'm trying to get my schedule back. I need to get back into a schedule of developing. Quite frankly, there are just times where you're done with work and like, oh, I need to work on my game. It's not gonna get done if I don't work on it. I don't feel like working. Or I work on it, you know, I should do some drawing. So I did a bunch of redrawing, and I got it working pretty good. And I realized, you know, Dave, or Chief Multi-Hat, you probably could have, you know, streamed the art. Oh yeah, well, I suppose I probably could do that. Probably need to get back into kind of a little bit more later night streaming. Okay. What am I trying to do here? Analysis paralysis. The unfortunate part of development is keeping it all up here, which is fine and dandy, which requires probably a good chunk of brain power, a good chunk of, you know, are you getting your nutrition in, are you getting your sleep in, you know, to keep it all up in here. But if you lack the ability to organize, write it on paper or electronic paper, you know, set yourself up to understand, you know, where you're at. Well, maybe a written dev diary, because at some point your brain is not going to work as well, and you find yourself staring blankly into your computer screen going, I'm lost. What am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to work on next? And you're like just out in the middle of the forest. Like, wow. So, acquire those skills younger. Very important for you, because you'll need them. Which I don't have, so I am rapidly behind the times. So I'm kind of caught between just getting the basic game functionality to a place where you could perform all the basic game options. Like, you know, you need to restore your characters, you need to level up your characters, you need to be able to pick spells, you need to be able to, you know, buy new weapons, buy new armor, buy items to use, make items usable, have a game mechanic. In battle, can you use all the capabilities? Can you use your abilities? Can you use your weapons, armor? Can you select? Does it make sense? You know, does the menus work the way it was intended? Can you access all the capabilities of your characters up to this point? Does it make sense? Then you got the game aspect of it. You know, does it have a nice? Do you have any moving the cursor around? Do you want to have it a sound? You know, are you transitioning between scenes? Do you want to have change in music? Things like that. You know, you're in town. You know, I'm in town, and I'm still working on the, you know, the ability to res a player. And I got some test things in there I got to take back out, and then I got to. It's based off of how much money you give the temple. Can you give money to the temple? You know, I got to finish. Realized, I can't give money to the temple yet. Get that part done. And the idea of, can my characters be cured of diseases or various effects when you get to town? because technically they are suspended in hurting you. So on something like that, you kind of want to work in, the game world mechanic. All right, I walk into town and I am poisoned. So what should happen? Well, I believe automatically that poisoned character is removed from your party and put into the temple, the hospital, and you have to go there and cure them, or you have to go and pick them up and then drag them back into the dungeon and have them still be poisoned, type of thing. I could technically, I need that ability, menu-wise, mechanics-wise, to, go in there and perform those things. But also you think about the game, like, okay, character's poisoned, what should happen? Well, every time you go to a store or go to a menu option, it advances the effects by a round. And then how do you display that? You're, so-and-so's still on fire. You gotta put them out. So, some aspects of that would be walk into town, the town's guard, put you out, warm you up, they basically clear off those conditions. And it's either that or when you attempt to go to town, you'd have to make a decision right there and then. All right, I'm going into town, and they want you to, someone needs to get rid of that condition, or you're on fire. You can't be walking around town on fire, so you have a choice: spend X number of gold, and everyone gets healed up to a certain extent, or you got to stay into the dungeon until you come back when you're no longer affected by those things. I think that'd be kind of a nice system to put in place. So you can't leave the dungeon unless, most conditions have to be cleared off of your character. Otherwise, just going into the town, those conditions get cleaned off of you. I kind of like the idea of going into town, and if there's something wrong with your character, it goes to the Soul Emporium Hospital Temple, and there is where you get to clean them up, or get the things removed from you. Or you just have these abilities, or you just have those conditions just stripped off of your characters as they come in, except for petrification, poison, polymorph. You're stricken with, you're asleep, you're sleeping, you're hypnotized, those type of things. Maybe have those clear off. It's either that or having a rest at the inn takes those things away. Resting in the inn has those abilities. So I need to kind of go through some nuances there and put some behind the passives into the system. I don't want to scope creep it too much, but mainly I got to get all the menu options working first. I think by default everything's just cleared off of your character when they come into town to start off with. Later on, I do want to have things not cleared based off what kind of things are affecting you, and then have them paid for, or have some sort of in-game mechanism. And then with that all being said, I'm almost tantalizingly close to actually going in and starting to create all the character types, all the rule generation, start building out the capabilities, special abilities, things that make the battles interesting. Because right now, having 6 characters attack these others, they're not too powerful of enemies, and I need some, work on some balance. So you got actual game balance itself I got to work out. And with those, that's the fun part. It's the actual game. So I'm looking at Dungeons of Treptera, and okay, what kind of game is Dungeons of Treptera? What does it offer? What is its thing? And first of all, it's not overly complex. It's kind of centered around the game mechanic of beating monsters up in a dungeon. That alone, game development sense, says a little bit to the effect that that's probably not self-sufficient by itself. If that's all that happens, it's probably. Your battles get more tougher because of tougher monsters, different abilities. So creating interesting spells, more powerful spells, having the fun of taking out more and more. That's important. Also, increasing the risk of damage from the enemies. They need to be capable of striking you just as easily. And looking at the, since I have a particular leveling system, I gotta find the zones in which, at the beginning, it's things that can be very deadly. So you want it to be deadly, but not impossibly deadly. And then it comes in a sweet spot where you can start taking on some damage, taking on some more interesting fights. And then as you get up in levels, you can start really hitting the much more powerful enemies and things like that. Just having enemies be able to cast spells on you, and you really need to get that going and working. It really starts changing the dynamic. Right now, I'm just slaughtering slimes, which are not very hard to do. Game-wise, I give them a monster armor blessing, which is a 10-round, lots of armor, so it's harder to hit them at the beginning, just so they last a little bit longer. But if the game mechanic is just hit, just attack, and just not really read anything, I haven't really increased the game objectives very much, or changed the various things you can do. So it's the combat is a big key. Moving around the dungeons and exploring is a big key. Having the ability to go up and down levels. The core game system knows how to do it. I just don't have it in the interface yet. So got ladders and things like that. Need to be able to go down the stairs and such. So transverse levels. And then I need hazards, trap hazards. Fall through levels. Teleportation. I need those things put together. Not being allowed to get into parts of the dungeon because you don't have certain things into possession, or you don't have an effect of a spell on you, or some key essentially. So I need a key system. I need treasure chests system. So it kind of breaks up. Moving through the dungeon is nice because you want to find treasure chests, which are random, and those could be trapped. So you have a nice little mini game with traps. Should probably write these down. Also, expanding out the weapons and armor. Generally, your armor, you have like this one number that determines whether you can be hit or not. I've kind of split the armor out to handle different types of weapons. I need to expand on that a little bit more. To get that going. Also, we need, what else do we need? Coming to find out that the kind of game I'm making is a blobber. And what that means is it's not a strategy game where you get to move your characters independently into positions and things like that. You just have a party, and you move as a party and have this abstract movement through the maze. You set up your battles and such. And with that, I do want to keep it blobber-like, but I want to have like a strategic group initiative or group think, not group think, strategies. So while you're not in combat, you can learn that certain parts of the maze or the dungeon has certain kinds of monsters. And as you learn that, you might want to switch up your character positions or switch out your weapons. So since there isn't really a melee and ranged, for example, very abstract. There's not an actual distance where you put your characters between things. And one concept would be, right now you're only fighting a group of monsters, but in the future you could have two groups of monsters. And what happens is the first group is basically a melee group. The second group is a ranged group. And the third group, if they have one, is even more restricted, more for utility, healing, but they're also extended ranged groups like that. So when you get into that scenario, not only is the number of mobs or enemies in a group important, it's how many groups you have. Because you could overwhelm. If I put 9, 10 slimes in a group, that can start getting some damage. It could be bad. And even in the first group, I could even have some sort of mechanic that designates who's ranged and who's not. So what does that mean? Melee attacks group 1. What's also interesting is I'm not restricting who can attack melee in my group, my party. Like the first 3 can attack melee, and the last 3 can only attack ranged. Because everybody could attack. So, what happens if you have a ranged weapon? Let's say I have a crossbow. No, let's say I have a bow. And do I attack the first group with the bow? You're kind of in the melee range. I want it to be a valid weapon, but I just don't want it to be a fancy sword. You got a bow, you can attack with it like you are, a sword type of thing. If like the back 3, if the back 3 attack with a melee or melee type weapon, essentially what happens is that the enemy treats them as if they're frontline fighters, and have a higher chance of getting hit because of that. And there are glass cannons usually in the back. So generally, group one enemy fights mostly your first 4 positions in your blob. First 3 for sure. 4. They have precedence. Certain monsters, you'll learn that they like a mage eater. They're always going to attack mages, or they either try to attack a mage, or if they can't find a mage, they attack people in the range, in the back. It is their thing. So either if my fighter is deciding to use a bow, that's great if he attacks group 2. But because he's using a bow, then he is going to change the target dynamic. By using a ranged weapon, he's going to have the less of the effect of blunting melee attacks and getting infiltrated by your mages in the back getting hurt. So nothing stops you from using a ranged weapon, but the ranged weapon does reduce your ability to be targeted by melee, because you're kind of basically the opposite of what a mage in the back is going to do with a dagger, for example. Now, if a mage in the back decides to use a bow, which is not capable of, but say if he did, it's still going to be the same. It's going to still be the same chances of being attacked. He's not going to jeopardize anybody else's being picked. But with that, they can attack the second and third groups. Spells could always go second. Spells could always go ranged, so they can always attack the second and third groups. If a mage, a bow, or or if you're in the ranged area of your party using a ranged weapon, you can in fact attack melee characters. And I think if I do that, I'd like to have the game mechanic where if my own party is shooting a melee weapon into the melee group, my own party is using a ranged weapon in the melee zone, it's either they suffer a penalty for hitting somebody who's engaged in melee. So a ranged weapon ranged weapons look for ranged targets to begin with, and if it can't find them, then it will go to the rest of them. So then that means I need to put a designation. So basically, you got to designate if they're ranged or not. So that means I'll need to work on the monster generation routines to add more information as to whether we should make them ranged. That would definitely be a thing. So that kind of gives you a reason to have ranged weapons. They have an effect. Now, what happens if I'm a melee character? Well, more importantly, my weapon's a melee weapon. And I decide to attack group 2. Okay, in that case, if you have a melee weapon, if you have a regular melee weapon, and you can attack group 2, you cannot attack group 3 or more. And if you attack group 2, you're gonna have a disadvantage. You're gonna have a penalty for that. The first two, I said the first two mobs in group 2 are melee, or be treated as melee. So if you have a second group of 6, it's basically considered the first 2 are melee. So when you attack with a melee weapon, you're able to attack the first 2. You'll get bonuses for the first 2. And if you don't attack one of the first 2, you're going to get a penalty on a non-melee target, and you can't even hit group 3. If you have an extended weapon, like something that has a melee ranged, that means you can effectively melee attack group 1 and group 2. I think that's abstract enough. I think I just got to kind of take these ideas, condense them down a little bit better, make them less scatterbrained, make it a little bit more concise in implementation. But that does give me a good incentive to have melee weapons and ranged weapons. Yeah, I think it was something like that, I think. Yeah. Let's get into group. All right. How about we go... scenarios. No. Not scenarios. Oh, spawn encounters. Let's do. Okay. I don't like the word scenario mobiles here. Can we do this? Rename this too. Build resolution. Right, compiled. Alrighty. Where's my bitrate going to boo? What's happening? Oh, nothing to be wrong with it. Interesting. How about go back into this? Let's go back. That's back to normal. Really? I don't want this at all. Stop it. Just realized some things are. Apologize. What is these? Alright, I don't know why that's there. I've changed some screens around on Twitch. How unfortunate. Now I can't find anything anymore. Pardon me. Alrighty, apologize, turning off into space here. Taking a look at a few things. Trying to determine why is this not working right. Interesting. Alrighty. Generation. What happens? Right. Am I able to determine how easy is it for me to determine when something is made? Spawn encounters. So I even count it. Alright, so we got... And you say do a counter. Counter mobile party. Counter. What are you doing here? I'm going to go ahead and do a little co-pilot action. I want to ask it, show me the creation of an encounter, calls, and processes. Let's see if I can figure it out. Take a look at a few things here. Oh, that churning. I'm basically saying, hey, I wonder if AI can look through my code, do some advanced contextual searching. So, I'm kind of giving hints and see if it could pick up on the call flow. Really. Not too bad. Excuse me. Let's find out with this file. Where did you put it? All right. Microstructure scenarios and counters. Yeah, that's true so far. Yep, it is a 3-tier spawning system, correct? A scenario picks a randomly of list of encounter, which picks a random one or more randomly from a list of party definitions, which is basically how to create a party, and inside there are definitions of the individual mobiles types to be generated as members of the mobile party. All right. Game session initiate counter. Force. Okay. Yep. This is initiate the counter. Go ahead and build the maze level odds. Check to see if maze immunity. Yep, there is a condition in the game that I don't have it turned on, but if I were to add a positive number to this, excuse me. If I set the mage immunity, so if you just got attacked, it gives you a little reprieve from the next attack. It's always going to be 0. Okay, so maze party, fetch and respawn. Well, interesting about. Can I even go there? Yeah. So maze party. Party. Fetch and respawn. Alright, so what happened here? Spawn is a packed bit array, using basically I think 100 and some bytes of data to represent, yes, there is a mob here, no, there's not a mob here. Basically saying you should generate something. It will check that. First of all, it clears it, sets it, and Q then basically is set to if it was set before, it automatically clears it. And then it also will clear, so there's 2 of them. A spawn detected means that once, if a character finds a monster in a location, it will trip that, so it'll let me know. That basically I'm keeping track. Spawns are the triggers to generate a mob. It will look at the room and find the index. Basically, it points to what gets generated. Goes in and clears it. Now, it just arbitrarily goes ahead and rolls odds and determines from the level that you're on at the location of the room you're in. And you go ahead and says, all right, now would there be 1 in 10? Is there a new spawn? So anytime you run into a monster that's there, it then determines if another one should spawn there. It basically says if one existed before and I should generate another one, go ahead and set that room to now be turned back on and returns the value of Q. Otherwise, so it will either regenerate the very room that you were in after the attack. So when you enter the room, it determines if you should get attacked. And if you do, you go through the battle. Now, that room has a monster still in it, but you don't run into it unless you trigger something that would be interpreted as moving back into that room. Coming out of a camp, I'm not sure. I think what I should do is if you are camping, that would trigger a battle immediately at the first watch. Or, I don't have that rule in yet, but I probably should write that down. Otherwise, you have to return to that room to get it. Now, if I move to a spot that just did not have any monsters, then I'm going to go ahead and check and see if it's basically saying spawn. There was no monster, but would there have been a monster, right? If I didn't find a monster, I'm going to go ahead and just rebuild the entire map. So this is, because once you build, if you're going through each room in the level of the maze, and each room has a odds, 1 in odds, to generate an encounter. Well, once I generate all that out, it's a 1 in 10, 1 in 20 chance. It used to be there's odds every time you moved forward. It would determine the room you moved into to see if there's a monster coming or not. I wanted some form of permanence. I still wanted the how the monsters are spread across the entire level is going to be governed by the 1 in 10 odds. So you are going to get that frequency, but I also don't want it to get stale. And so I'm basically recycling the rooms every time, but I don't want it to be happening fast. So I just arbitrarily decided anytime you move into a room there's no monster, it checked to see if it needs to create a monster, and if it is, it just regenerates all the monsters for the level. Right, so that determines then, so that sets up, determines, it changes the, landscape. It just basically, this is the monster generation. All right. If that's true, we're going to generate monsters. So initiate counter, was that found? End game session. So okay, so what makes it hard to find anything is initiate not flow state. Game session. Initiate encounter. All right, initiating encounter. I really should be doing this. This says, where's my game session? Game session. I want this to be top level. I like the fact, I mean, it is. Yeah, let's do this. Wait. Initiate counter. All right, so what if I did this? Game encounters. Yes. Game encounters. All right, let's do this. Let's go to game session. Grabbing this. Putting it here. This games. GS. Well, it's static now. All right. All right. Why do I do that? Well, because if I'm thinking about, I need to work on the encounter system. Where do I find the encounter system? Well, yeah, game session. Let's go to game encounters. And game encounters, it's going to have initiate encounter. Well, there we go. Now let's do some more combining. So, this seems of code smell of sorts, but advanced game round. When you call it advanced game round, issue encounter. All right. This is weird. What if I did this? Where's the error? Oh, it's on the other side. Game. Stop. Game encounters. Advanced game round. EGS. Here. This makes more sense. I don't know why I separated it. I swear I probably hold and push this thing multiple times. Tomorrow I'll wake up in a different frame of mind. I'm like, why is this here? This is dumb. Alright, let's go ahead and open up the initiate game encounter. Yeah, let's go to generate basic. Now, why is this in session? This really should be probably not here, honestly. What happens if we say static and that's good. Oh, I have this backward. Everything else I have it. Dang bot. Fix that later. GS. No. Game encounter. Generate. Makes sense? Wow, actually, end game counter, so. What? You don't like me? What? Yes, you do. You're just slow. Alright. That makes sense. Why not? Top it. Now, if I just simply want to. Now, the problem is. I'm going to return a mobile generation. Oh, we don't have a force add, so I'm going to take out force add. Okay. I have a defaulting scenario type here. It's going to return scenario ID. No, you could really simplify this. Did this. I want to keep it readable, so I want to keep it in empty. Alright, there we go. Senseless refactoring. Okay. Alright. Initiate encounter. If it's not the type generation, then can it build something? If that fails, it's just going to say no generation. Otherwise, we pick the first of the mobile encounter parties. All right. And then we just do a detection after the generation. Okay, let's go into generate mob encounter. Room spawn. Spawn mobiles. All right, basically go find the average level of the party and check to see if this ID checks out. This mutates. Does that bother me? Probably. Probably. Oh, what happens if I do this? Go to definition. What if I said out? This one needs to have an out. And this one needs an out. Right? Technically. No, I can't do that. Don't like that at all. Mm-hmm. comes the encounter chance. Encounter chance. Chance mobile spawn. And what is how many? Okay. An encounter chance. What happens if you're neat? Really? An encounter chance is basically a inside of an pardon me. Right. Inside of an encounter chance, we have a mobile party spot ID. That means this is the chance that this mobile party will be spawned. And these are the number of parties. So when you say a spawn encounter. How many? So this is going to pick of all the encounter chances. Right, so it picks it. There's some encounter chances. Okay. Now, for each encounter chance, mobs, list of mobile party. Should be just one. Spawn mobiles. Well, this is parties of parties. See, this is not what you're supposed to do here. Mobile parties. What's this? Mob. Okay, so good definition. Come off it. What this does is it's going to Should we? Find the max level, find all those of the level. Right, and then we pick one of them. Okay, pick one of them. Mobile spawns. Right, so okay. Alrighty then. You get your mobile spawn pick. Mobile party definition says yeah. Really the rule should be this. If ENC count is greater than 1. That's right. There we go. That was an old bug. Basically, if I'm going to pass in a list of these, if this comes back as a list, because it can, because of this. This also has a PC level threshold. I'm not making use of this yet, and I should have. Alright. This will give me multiple parties. If I get if I get multiple parties, then I don't want to look at the mobile party pick. Will also have the ability to create multiple parties, which is groups. And I want to ignore that fact if I'm doing it at the encounter level. Otherwise, I'm going to do it at the spawn level. What this will do is that at the spawn level, it's going to create groups of the same kind of monsters. Whereas at the encounter level, I can have a range of monster parties. But I don't. Right. Okay. Don't have that ability yet in my definitions. Alrighty then, I'm going to think about this a little bit. I am going to take a brief break. Alright, I'm going to take a small break. All right, I shall return. Alrighty. Asking AI to make a new encounter flow. See if it picks up those changes. Go. This has disappeared. Oops. It thinks I have cleaner separation, generation logic, and game encounters, state management, and game session. Oh, yeah. Supposedly better testability, flexibility, or functional. Yeah, I'm trying to get away from side effect management. That is true. Code, organization, better logical grouping. Well, yeah, that's what I was going for. Maybe. Probably do a few more. Take a look at it. Why is there a shortcut link here? What? Where's the file? 11 something just doesn't show up. What? Yeah, no. Delete the shortcut. Oh, I deleted the entire folder for you. Thank you. What? Three-tier spawning system. Manual trigger. Initiate. It just What's up? Dead air. All right. Not really a spawn location. It's more like what to spawn from that location. Not puts up. Yeah. I've been requested to remove cats from the bedroom. So. Hilarious. All right, I will be right back. Alright, back again. Might help if I put the camera back on. I really don't need a camera. Here I am. Oh. Too much fun. Yeah, that's exactly how the mobile party generation works. I want to have various tiers, 0, 5, and 10, for example. Yep. Yep, 1 through 4, tier 1, 5 through 9, tier 2, and level 10 plus does tier 3. These things drive my ears nuts. Ugh. Ugh. I'm not sure what I need to do. I don't know if it's type of plastic or what. Oof. Alrighty. Game session build encounter. Game session. build encounter. Where's this come from? Okay, take a look at here. Okay. Go to definition. Okay, so this is basically saying I want to build an encounter, but if I have an encounter already happening, let's not do it again. Otherwise, if it's a force add, then add more parties. Oh. So one thing I was thinking about, monsters that can call other monsters. How does that work? Excuse me. How does that work? How do I make this work? Well, Cat, how you doing? $2,000 days of streaming. Pretty awesome. I have monster tables. What? That's hilarious. Oh, take these things off. Can't take it anymore. I can't take it anymore. Oh. Ridiculous. Very much ridiculous. Good times. Let's go to game encounters. Build an encounter. Mobile generation, huh? Go to definition. Let's go back here. Generate maze encounter. Go to definition. And spawn mobiles. Go to definition. Look up party definition. Am I in narrow generation? Yes, I am. Okay. So, technically, if I do encounter public static, void, generate, call for help, mobiles. interesting. What do you need? Go to definition. Is this the only reason why I need GS? It is. You know what? No. Int. PC. It's not used. Oh, if it's not used. Take it out. Right, so really, I just need this. Huh. PC average. PC party level. Int. Mobile. Nope. Party. All right. Augment party. Party members. Add. There you go. So the idea would be augment mobile party. So what I'm thinking, so you have the ability to augment mobile parties, okay? Essentially, you're passing in the ID, the spawn ID, single party spawner ID. And then you also pass in the current PC party level. And then the party that you want to augment. You know, I'm going to go ahead and force this to be a particular mobile. Because okay, so that's going to add to the party that has this thing. So it goes and finds it, generates, and then adds those party members to that party. And if you do that, how many times should that happen? So how do you determine so what would happen is if a mobile screams out for help on success, it gives everybody in the party a condition, special status condition, that will prevent any more call-outs. And that would work with the normal condition system. All right. Perfect. I'm going to take another brief break. I will be back. I've snuck back. little bit loud. Alrighty. Enhance the mobile party. Add a mobile spawn ID. And then Why? All right, let's see here. Now I'm going to bring in the new All right, let's go to slimes. Let's go to We're gonna have to call for more brain. Let's see how bad this works. Crap. Not yet. Oh. Of course, I also realized take a look at C# code. trying to make the old. There we go. Let's go back to brains. And let's do... Oh, if it's less than 20%. All right, yeah. See if this works. Oh, she just realized. No. Still messed up. Why wasn't that cold? Well, I have the after ability after it attacks. double music again. Oh, do me. If you don't attribute it, it's not going to pick it up. Well, hello. Well, thanks for joining. I know very little Russian. I could say, spasiba. Basically, I'm making a dungeon crawler. Don't want to kill the slime outright, but everybody's missing. Oops. Why'd that happen? That didn't work. Hmm. Oops. This might be a nightmare. Alrighty, folks. Certainly appreciate those who came by. Thank you for watching the VOD. If you happen to come across this, basically trying to implement an ability to call more monsters for help in the middle of battle, and it does add monsters to the party that the caller belongs to. But I don't think I have a mechanism to recheck for additions to the encounter. So I'll test that a little bit later offline. Thanks for stopping by or viewing. Keep saying it, but I will at some point, I think, get a little more consistent in the streaming and hopefully get this game done sooner. All right, well, thank you so much. Wherever you may be, you have a good evening, afternoon, or morning. And I'll see you on the flip side. Thanks.